What's up, everybody? So, for those that were not on Monday night, I changed. I said that instead of my normal live being on Wednesday this week, that I'd have to move it to today. I normally do my Wednesday night lives exclusively on YouTube, but I figured since I'd switch the day up. We'll just go ahead and go live on all the platforms. Hey, Wallace, how are you? What's up, Christy? Hey, Keith, how are you? You went to the dispensary today for the first time, and you're doing really good. So you went to one of Alabama's. Yeah, I'm live tonight because I had to miss last night, and so I just moved it to tonight. I was out of town the last 2 days with some spending some quality family time, much needed family time. So we went. I do want to tell y'all about this. We ran over to Atlanta for a few days and to take my children to the aquarium, which it's awesome. It's the first time I've been to that aquarium, but it's the Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta is really cool. But the coolest thing we did, if y'all have not heard of this new, it's called COSM, COSM, and they have them in I know they have one in L.A., possibly New York, and Atlanta, probably a few other places as well. But it's like a really souped up IMAX is what I would call it. But it's super cool. One of the coolest things I've ever seen. So if you live around anywhere close to Atlanta, or you go there, or any of the other cities where they have them, check out COSM. It was really cool. But I had never heard of it, and I saw like a Facebook short or YouTube short one where these people was there, and I was like, that's in Atlanta. And so we went. It was really cool. Hey, Amy, how are you? And I would really appreciate if everyone would share the live. Hello, Amanda. Tracy. Carolyn. Carolyn, you're one of my new favorite people. That I can remember, you've not missed a live in a while. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Hey, Gene, how are you? Hey, Magnolia. Hey, Ann, how are you? It's hot in Arkansas. It is very hot in Alabama as well, and was very hot in Georgia. I don't know what. I just got a on TikTok. It just said my internet's unstable, which is very strange. So if I start freezing up or something, y'all let me know. I don't know why that would. Any updates on Carson? No, not that I can think of. Hey, Lyle, how are you? Y'all have got a lot going on in Orange Beach. That is for sure. I don't have a set topic for tonight, and I've been out of the loop for the last 2 days on pretty much any current news or anything. I haven't been online hardly at all, so y'all may have to fill me in on anything that's happened in the last few days. Is his father ever going to be arrested? Unless his mother decides to pursue charges, then probably not, unfortunately. Aaron Spencer update? No, all is good with Aaron. The case has been completely dropped. I mean, he's um they can never go at him again. That part of that nightmare is over for him. But you also have to remember, uh, I can't imagine the mental toll that the last 2 years took on him and his family, and especially his daughter, but his wife as well. I can't imagine the mental toll that this is all taking on them. So I'm sure they need our prayers and will for a long time. And I know they appreciate that as well. But if all goes well, he will be taking over as sheriff in January in Lonoke County. And it's a movie ready to be made. That's for sure. I know you followed Will Roberts, and I hope everyone on here will keep his family in their thoughts. Yes. Yes, his family definitely needs our prayers. His service is going to be this Saturday. Yeah, Will was one of my son's best friends, and my son's been doing okay. I'm sure it's still very confusing for an 11-year old. Um, I never lost anyone close to me like that at that age, so I can't really. I don't know how it would be, but I'm sure it's. He's asked a lot of questions, but he's doing uh, well considering. But the one of the amazing things about Will is the amount of people he touched, the amount of lives he touched, the amount of people that are now born again Christians because of Will's story. And I don't think the best is yet to come with that. I see this building into something big. I have no idea Brittany's plans, Will's mother's plans with all of this, but she has an amazing, great, huge following now, and I would bet she does something with it for the positive and to help that whole cause of childhood cancer. And I can't wait to see what all she does with that. I think really big things will come of that. On a different note, Fauci pled the fifth 111 times. If there, and this is nothing to do with politics, Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever you are. If there is anyone that believes Fauci is a good human in any way whatsoever, you probably need to go talk to someone. The amount of money he made off of all that. He completely lied to the world numerous times. There's no telling how many lives he cost. There's no telling how many lives were taken because of him. Because he was literally, it is obvious, he was literally in all of that for profit. I would not be surprised at all if at some time down the road we find out that he was actually behind releasing COVID. I'm not saying that is true, but it would not surprise me at this point. And he is also the reason that most people will never trust the government again, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think you should trust the government, but you know what I'm saying. It's, I don't know. The whole thing with him, he shouldn't be allowed to sit up there, considering his position and what position he was in during those times. I don't think he should be allowed, and I'm sure a lot of people will disagree with me, and trust, I'm a constitutionalist. I'm 100% stand behind the Constitution. But in certain situations like that, I don't think they should be able to sit there and just not answer questions. The American people, we deserve some answers from that man. Does anyone disagree with that? And if Fauci doesn't end up in prison, that'll be the final nail in the coffin for me to know that our highest government should never be trusted and is definitely not looking out for us in any way whatsoever. They're in it for a whole other reason. And the crazy part is, I remember when he was standing up there telling us what to do and what not to do and trust the science and trust the science. And people like me, who is definitely not a medical expert at all, was listening to some of the things he was saying and was like, that does not make sense. Turns out we were right. No matter if you're an expert in certain things or not, there's some things you can look at, and if you have a good common sense, you can go, that doesn't add up. And we were right. He lied about so much stuff. And again, there's no telling how many lives it cost. How many people lost their businesses? How many small businesses went out of business because of him? How many lives were ruined financially because of him? I mean, it's probably impossible to get a number on that. And there were so many people standing behind that, saying that there was nothing wrong with the government forcing businesses to not be open and things like that. That should never happen. That should never be up to our government. That is a massive overreach. I was saying it then, and I'll always say it. This is all full proof of that. It shouldn't have been done. That should have never happened. And the arbitrary ways that they were, all right, this business can stay open, this one can't. This one, like, that is all crazy. That should never happen. And a lot of Americans just went along with it. Massive overreach. The conspiracy theorists have been right about a lot of stuff lately. Yeah, you're exactly right, William. You are exactly right. Teacher, sorry I'm late for the class. Jesus, Gene, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's horrible. Wow. Hey, Nancy, how are you? Well, the mask was one of those things that people with common sense was going, it doesn't make sense. Lo and behold, I mean, unless you were wearing an N95 mask that was properly fit for you, the mask is not doing anything. Again, you don't have to be a medical expert to know that. I still see people walking around with a mask. My favorite is the ones that walk around the mask, but their nose is not covered. I'll be honest, and you could not look more dumb if that was you. And I don't take it personal, but it it killed me every time I saw that. I would just laugh. I'm like, what are you doing? And yeah, and somebody said the amount of government money, taxpayer money that was just wasted, there's no telling how much. I mean, I myself, I was working in law enforcement during that time, and I was in an admin position. Well, that happened, and I was working at a university where they shut school down. I literally got paid for like 6 months to work out and study. I'm just being honest. That's all I did. There was literally no one on our campus, and they asked me, is like, hey, do you want to work patrol during this time? And they were paying us double. We were getting paid double the whole time as well. There's nothing to do, nothing to protect on campus. I'd ride around it every once in a while on shift, but other than that, I mean, I spent my time in the gym, and I took like 3 or 2 online grad classes. So I would go to the gym, I'd go to the library, study, eat for like 6 months. Like, it was awesome for me, but I knew then, I was like, this is crazy. I wasn't going to turn it down. And that's another. Nobody else was allowed to use gyms. We had three big gyms on campus, so I could go again. Campus is completely shut down. Nobody there. I'd go use any of the gyms while I was at work the whole time. I mean, it's just like that whole thing was crazy, nuts. No, I'm not saying COVID was fake. I'd never said anything like that. It was not fake. No, please don't misunderstand me. If somebody got that understanding from what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. No, in no way was I saying COVID was fake. I was saying the things that they were telling us that would protect us wasn't. I mean, they weren't working. Again, unless the mask, unless you're wearing an N95 mask completely properly that was specifically fit for you, the mask is not doing any good. Is the government, the Montgomery number's calling me all of a sudden at 8:30 at night? Is the government coming to get me? But that, the way they treated the the patients that got real sick, that were in the hospital, they were putting them on the ventilators, that killed a lot of people. But telling people to stay inside, the sun is by far the best medicine you will ever have. What is going on with my internet? But the sun is the best medicine you will ever have. So telling people to stay indoors was completely ignorant. That was another one of those completely common sense things that most of us were like, what? That was the opposite of what you should have been doing. Just so much. I mean, there's shutting schools down. Children were not. COVID did not take people's lives that were fully healthy. The amount of children that are so far behind in their education now because of it. The list goes on. I could do a 20-hour show on that, but it's all crazy. And most of that was literally because of Fauci. Whatever he said was law. And now we know everything he was saying and doing was literally whatever was going to profit him the most. That's unbelievable. Yeah, the ventilators took a lot of people's lives. I mean, maybe there are exceptions, but I don't know anyone that was healthy that lost their life to COVID. Everybody I knew, they now some of them wasn't the most unhealthy. Like some of them didn't have like crazy health problems, but they all had, diabetes was big. Um, they had heart diseases. They COPD, that was a big one. A lot of people that had COPD, if they caught it, they didn't make it. But a lot of people that were obese. I mean, and please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying they should have lost their lives. I'm saying that keeping kindergartners from going to school was crazy, and fifth graders and 10th graders. That was nuts. Yes, Tammy. Yeah, that's what I needed to just say. Underlying health conditions. And people that had already gotten COVID, and I argued with so many people about this. Smart people that would say, "No, you don't know what you're talking about." People that had, if you had already gotten COVID, and then they told you to still take the shot. Again, that was another thing. It was like, that doesn't make any sense. Well, now we know why they wanted us to take the shot so much. Because Fauci and his buddies made tons of money off of those shots. Tons. And I also knew how sketchy things were getting when no matter what, when somebody lost their life, if they had COVID, hospitals were marking it down that COVID took their life. And I was like, what? And I knew then, I was like, something's not right here. But they were wanting to scare everybody. They wanted to keep everybody scared and making everyone think you were going to lose your life to COVID if you didn't take that shot. And that's what happened. Tammy, I don't know if you're talking about Fauci. Fauci made way more than $12 million. Way more. He probably made that in a week. Renee, I'm just curious. Did your nephew and your daughter both take the shot? Hello, Lowingo. Because now we know there are a lot of complications from the shots. And we still don't even know the extent of that. But anyway, I don't want to spend the whole time talking about all this mess. It needs to be talked about, but Fauci's just he's pure evil. And one thing that I hope we all learned from that was just because one man that claims he's an expert in all things tells us something, we should not just take his word. And hopefully we learn from that. But I know some people that didn't. They're not. But hopefully a lot of us did. Everybody keeps asking me about the flock cameras. So I'm probably going to end up doing a full podcast on flock. This is so we'll talk about flock. My full opinion on flock. I used flock as an investigator, and it is, in my opinion, one of the best law enforcement tools that we've ever had. Hands down. One issue with flock is there's a ton of misinformation out there. And Amber Sitton, Secrets True Crime podcast, who I have tons of respect for, always will. She's very intelligent. I saw she had made a post about flock today, and she's against it, which is fine. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people that, I'm going to be agreeing to disagree on this, and that's fine. But she was maybe sheriffs or something some sheriff's office was putting out some stuff and talking about misinformation or something. And what I think they were talking about is there is tons of misinformation. I see posts all the time talking about how flock does this and that, and that's not true. And I used the system for 6 or 7 years. That's another thing. Flock has been around for quite a while. A lot of people are acting like this is brand new. It is not. We kept it under wraps for a long time. It should have stayed that way. But anyway, it's got facial recognition, and Flock as a company makes all kinds of stuff. And I think one reason that people are spreading this misinformation, maybe they're going on their website and seeing all the technologies that they have and saying, the Flock cameras have all that. I'm telling you, they don't. Literally, the only thing Flock cameras do is snap a picture of your license plate and the back of your car. So there may be other, if you got a dent on your back left of your car, it takes a picture, a really clear picture of the back of your car with your license plate. That is it. I don't know what's up with my internet tonight. And license plate readers have been around for well over 20 years. So why are just now people acting like, well, that violates my Fourth Amendment? SCOTUS, the United States Supreme Court, has ruled quite a few times it does not. So if you believe in the Constitution, then you believe in the Supreme Court of the United States. They have ruled numerous times it does not violate your Fourth Amendment. But license plate readers, I was using license plate readers when I was working interdiction, which was in 2011. I had a license plate reader on my patrol vehicle. So every car that ever went by me, it would immediately run the tag. And if they had warrants or whatever, it'd pop up. Coolest thing ever. That was a long time ago. I mean, that stuff's been around for a long time. Now, Flock as a company and is newer, but it's still not as new as a lot of people think. But anyway, I don't care what anyone tells you. I used the system for a long time, every single day. If anyone says that Flock does anything other than take a picture of your license plate in the back of your vehicle, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. So that's part of the misinformation, because I've had arguments with people that no, it has facial recognition and all. No, it doesn't. It does not. The one thing that I will fully agree on is it needs to be very protected, meaning there needs to be checks and balances of if a police officer misuses the system. I'm all on board with that. 100%. There is no difference in a license plate reader and Flock. Literally, again, the exact same pictures that I could get on Flock and see look identical to the ones I was using in 2011. I mean, there's no difference. What was I saying? So it absolutely needs to be policed. And if anyone misuses the system, they're fired. Law enforcement has databases like NCIC that a police officer that has access to NCIC, which is pretty much every one of them, can pull up all of your information. That is way more serious than a picture of your car tag. The way that is policed is a log is kept, which Flock is too, but they have to start treating, my point is, let me spit this out. They have to start treating Flock access exactly like they do NCIC access. Simple as that. And if they do that, then that's going to cut down on a huge percentage of misuse. If you misuse NCIC, you're fired from any agency because NCIC pulls your access and will never allow you to have it again. And if you don't have NCIC access in law enforcement, you're worthless. So your law enforcement career is over. Flock should be the exact same way. I'll even go a step further and say every police officer doesn't need access to Flock. I'm not against that. If only certain specialty units, such as detectives, investigators, and other certain like specialty units that may be on patrol or something, I don't see a good enough cause for every police officer to have access to flock. So I agree with that. I think there should be a full class they have to take, just like with NCIC. And if you violate the rules, you lose your job. You're out of law enforcement forever. That would help with a lot. Now, another thing that people have to understand is this is a brand new problem to law enforcement. So we have to give agencies a little bit, not much, but a little bit of a break on, okay, they're just now figuring out this is an issue. So we have to give them, again, not much time, but a little bit of leeway in, okay, let's see if they can fix this. And if they can't fix the problem, then yeah, do away with them. I'm good with that. But let's give them a little bit of leeway to actually fix the problem. Again, there's very easy ways to fix the problem. And if law enforcement doesn't do that, then I'm all with y'all on get rid of them. I agree with that. But it doesn't make any sense to me why law enforcement wouldn't fix that problem. But doing away with flock, if they fix that problem, I'm 100% against doing away with flock. I'm telling y'all, there are a lot of people that are alive right now just because of flock. There are a lot of kids that are alive right now just because of flock. A police officer on duty, back to NCIC, can pull through Walmart parking lot and run every car tag they want to. They don't have to have a reason. The Supreme Court of the United States has ruled that is okay. So they can do that. They can run every car tag they see. And they do not have to have reasonable suspicion, probable cause, nothing. They literally don't have to have a reason. That's been that way for a lot of years. I don't understand if people were all of a sudden all against flock, why were they not arguing about that years ago? Like, why has that been okay? But I know how important flock. I know, I'm telling y'all, it's the amount of cases that have been solved just because of flock, the amount of missing people found, the kidnapped. I mean, I'm just telling y'all. I mean, and simple things, just the amount of stolen cars that's been recovered because of flock. It's a great tool, but I completely agree with everyone on it should not be misused. And if it is, the penalty should be very serious. 100%. So do you believe there's law enforcement out there that shouldn't be out there? Like, for instance, they pull you over and then think of a reason after the fact. I mean, no, I'm 100% against that. That's a violation of your rights, 100%. And yeah, I wish I could say, no, that doesn't happen, but no, I know it does. Pretty much every Walmart has flock cameras. Pretty much every big box store now, if you pull in their parking lot and you pull out, you're on flock. And no, a Walmart employee that has access to their flock cameras does not have access to law enforcement's flock cameras. I've seen that going around. That is not, no, they don't. Now, law enforcement has access to Walmarts, but private citizens or regular citizens do not have access to law enforcement's flocks. Well, William, my point is just because they can't make it perfect, just because they can't assure that no law enforcement to use it illegally, then if you stand on that principle, then you stand on they shouldn't have access to NCIC either, because NCIC is going to get misused. There's no way around that. And I know people's arguments about what I'm about to say. I get that, but and this is my full opinion on this. And again, I know a lot of you are going to disagree with this. I get that, but I'm just, how in the hell can y'all be so worried about that when you have this? This tracks way more than your license plate. This tracks every single movement you've ever made, every stroke you've ever made on this phone, all of that. And it's not hard for law enforcement to get access to that. Now, yes, they have to have a warrant for that, but Facebook doesn't. TikTok doesn't. They track every movement you make. Every movement you make. They listen to you. And in my opinion, if you're that worried about flock, then I think you're crazy if you have one of these. That's just, again, that's my opinion. I understand it's not government, it's private companies. Hell, I'd rather government have access to all my stuff versus Facebook. And Munchies, I completely agree with you on that. No, I'm all on board with all of that for sure. But yes, Flock is a private company, but Flock just has the license plate numbers. They have no way of running that license plate. So just like the Walmart employee, the loss prevention at Walmart that uses their Flock cameras, they have no way of running the plate. They just have a picture of the plate. Yeah, Alabama Power owns like a lot of the equipment, but they don't have any of the information. The tech side is Alabama Power has nothing to do with the tech side of it. I mean, I'm not going to. I'm going to be very vague about what I'm about to say. There are law enforcement tools out there that are way more advanced than flock cameras. Now, to use those, you do have to have a warrant. But I think a lot of people underestimate how easy it is to get warrants in most places. I definitely think that. Government should pay for our phones. Government shouldn't pay for anything. But the only, as far as tracking you, this is one of my points. In 2013, we didn't have flocks. I was working large criminal organizations, investigating large criminal drug organizations. I could track you 24/7 without a problem. Every move you make, if you were somebody I was investigating, I knew where you were, who you were with. There's different tools that's been out for a long time with that. I don't know what's going on with my internet, but it is driving me insane. Flock is very basic compared to these other tools. Where Flock is so valuable is real time. So that Flock is extremely valuable for kid just got kidnapped or missing person. It's so valuable because of real time. Not, I need to know where all you've been in the last 2 months. I could get all that information before Flock. And it wasn't that complicated. But where Flock is so valuable now to law enforcement is that real time. Hey, we're looking for this car. It's going to pop up on a Flock camera somewhere if it's on the road. And then boom. So if you're worried about an invasion of if you're saying it's a violation of your Fourth Amendment, you would lose your mind if you knew about some of the other law enforcement tools that have been around for a long time that law enforcement can use as far as, like I said, to track your activities in the past. But the real-time information that Flock can give to law enforcement is extremely valuable. And again, has saved a lot of lives. And I'm telling y'all, I am not this passionate about a lot of law enforcement tools. Flock is one of the most valuable law enforcement tools we have now. And I'm not in law enforcement anymore. I used it for 5 or 6 years. I know, I mean, I'm telling you, very, very valuable. And again, for the people that say it's a violation of your Fourth Amendment, it is nothing compared to other law enforcement tools. I mean, nothing. And again, we went for a good 3 or 4 years using flock and kept it under wraps, and it was an understood thing in law enforcement. You don't tell people about flock because we didn't want the criminals to know we had that tool. And the last 2 years, somebody just started spilling the beans, and here we are now. Do you believe being a former law enforcement? Do you believe some cities have quotas they're required to meet? I don't, because I don't see I've never seen that. I'll say that. There are probably some small cities that may like have unofficial quotas, like their chief their mayor may be saying, "Hey, we need some more revenue," and chief may say, "Hey, y'all better be out there writing a lot more tickets," which they shouldn't do. But I don't doubt that's happening. But having quotas is extremely illegal. Everybody knows that. I can tell you this: a sheriff's office in the state of Alabama doesn't have a quota because they don't make any. Sheriff's offices in Alabama do not make money off of tickets. Like, it's an extremely small percentage. It is not enough to make a difference in anybody's budget or anything. So I can promise you sheriff's offices in Alabama doesn't have quotas. They could care less. They couldn't care less. No, I'm not saying law enforcement is violating people's rights with other tools besides flock. Those other tools require a warrant. So I'm glad you said that because I do want to be clear about that. But any of the other tools I'm talking about require a warrant. But again, I think a lot of people believe warrants are a lot more complicated to get than they are in a lot of places. Now, some places they're really hard to get, as they should be. But there are a lot of counties, especially smaller counties in Alabama, and I mean pretty much every state. It is not that hard to get a warrant signed by a judge. Now, when I first started in narcotics, we didn't have to have a warrant for putting tracking devices on cars. That SCOTUS ruled on that like in, don't quote me, 2013, maybe a year or two off. But I know when I first got into narcotics, we didn't have to have warrants for trackers. And that was we'd throw a tracker on a car in a split second. But then we just had to get warrants, which again, getting a warrant didn't hinder us at all, because if we're truly investigating someone, we had more than enough probable cause to get a warrant for a tracker. And I mean, I could put a tracker on your car and you're never going to find it. But my point on the license plates, SCOTUS has ruled numerous times that a police officer does not have to have any reason whatsoever to run your license plate through NCIC. They don't have to. I don't see SCOTUS ever ruling flock being unconstitutional. And SCOTUS has already ruled quite a few times that license plate readers are not unconstitutional. The only difference with flock is just there's a lot more of them now. But that's the only difference. Yeah. Now on the whoever was asking about um the quotas. So like somebody said, state has contacts they want. Now that is very common, but a contact is literally that. It's a you see a stranded motorist on the side of the road and you stop and help them change a tire. It's conducting a traffic stop and giving a verbal warning. But you're not required to write real tickets, especially with the state. So yeah, they have contacts, but that's just to make sure their officers, the troopers and stuff are doing their job. It's a stat thing, because if a trooper's really doing his job, they're going to be making several traffic stops a day. I mean, that's shooting fish out of a barrel. So, but they're not required to write a certain amount of real tickets. As a civilian, can you request a tag run? Nope. You cannot. A good mechanic could find it. If you're talking about trackers, not if who's behind it knows what they're doing. Nobody would find it. Yeah, that what Patriot just said. Contact numbers are used for productivity measurement. Anything contacting the public is contact. I mean, I could almost count on two hands the amount of real tickets I ever wrote in my career. And I worked in drug interdiction for 2 years, which means all day, every day, I was pulling over cars on the interstate. But I didn't write real tickets. The only real tickets I ever wrote, no insurance, because it's a pet peeve of mine. If you didn't have insurance, because I've seen too many people be involved in accidents and ruin somebody else's property, and then they not have insurance, and that drives me insane. Insurance, driving while revoked. So if your driver's license was revoked, and I may be leaving out something, but those two are about the only two that is like, you're getting a ticket if I pull you over, and that's the issue. But I was not a fan of writing real tickets, and I rarely ever did it. I've written more warning tickets than I could ever count, but not a big fan of writing tickets. Now, some people deserve it and like need it, but a lot of people don't. No, there are no quotas to be met for tickets written, and that's literally against the law. DUIs is probably actually the most real tickets I ever wrote. Uh, Keep in mind, I only, out of all my years in law enforcement, added all together 3.5 was on patrol. Maybe 4 years, but probably about 3.5. But my first 2 years in law enforcement, I made a ton of DUIs, because DUI is a very big pet peeve of mine. I can't stand people driving drunk. One year, I literally, like my second year in law enforcement, I literally finished I had more DUI arrest than any other police officer in the state of Alabama. Like they sent me a little certificate and everything. I don't remember how many it was, but it was a lot. DUIs are a lot of paperwork, and that's why a lot of officers don't make them. You're exactly right. There are a lot of police officers that just don't make they won't make a DUI because of all the paperwork. I can't stand that. It's just lazy, pure laziness. I had started making so many, I could zoom through the paperwork. So like it wasn't even anything to me because I'd done so many. The problem is a lot of officers, they may make one or two a year, and so it's like, my God, and there's a lot of paperwork involved in it. A city was just caught setting a quota to pay for a new car and signing tickets in different officers' names. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Like I said, I'm sure unofficially there are some agencies that have quotas. Um, I'm sure. I mean, that happens. It happened in Brookside, Alabama, where that very small city was making tons of money off of writing tickets on the interstate. Come to find out, most of them weren't even legit. But yeah, I mean, looking at it that way, I mean, I don't know that they had a set quota, but they was just like their chief was like, we're going to write as many tickets as possible, and that's what they did. It was crazy. Which thankfully they shut the entire police department down. They were doing all kinds of bad stuff. Yeah, and what I was meaning earlier, well, number one, I mean, nowhere I've ever worked had any kind of quotas. I mean, I can say that, but what I was more meaning a while ago when I said that agencies don't have quotas is like it's not like they don't have it written down, um, because they know. I mean, again, it's highly illegal, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Again, especially in some smaller cities. I mean, there's no way around that. I'm sure it does. Are missing persons a lot of paperwork? I mean, a missing person is an all out investigation. So, I mean, yeah, it's a lot. I mean, there's a lot that goes into a missing person if it's done right. Was I in law enforcement when what what judge got a DUI? What I think about Orange Beach Police Department? No comment at the moment. Life's a Journey was the subject when yeah, flock. Yeah, yeah, we were talking about flock cameras. What interdiction classes did I go to back in the? Geez, I mean a lot of them. I'd have to go back and look at certificates. I mean, off the top of my head, I can't even think. I mean, it was a long time ago, but I mean, I went to a lot. Um, like I remember places I went, I just don't remember who was putting on the classes. I see these people on YouTube making videos of going in public places or getting pulled over and video the officers. Is it okay to video? Yeah, no, there's no law against you videoing police officers. I mean, just as they're allowed to video you, you're allowed to video them. In public place. In public places. Like if you're inside a private business and that business says, "I don't want you videoing in here," then you either have to leave or not video. That's up to each private businesses. But yeah, in public places, you can video whatever you want. Used to be a bunch back in the day. Yeah, what's I don't know why, but when you said that, it reminded me. Was it Desert Snow? If you know anything about interdiction, you're probably familiar with. I think that's what it was called, Desert Snow. But that was an awesome. They had a website, and they did a lot of trainings too. I'm pretty sure I went to some of their trainings. Um, hell, they may still be around. I don't know. I left interdiction in 2011 or 12. Yeah, 2012. So it's been a long time ago now. No, I was not talking about the war. I'm talking about something completely different. Yeah, Royal Night. Yeah, okay. It's been a long time since I thought about any of that. No, Joyce, he's saying the opposite. He's saying it is fully legal to video the police as long as it's in public. What was your favorite agency or department you worked at? I mean, the sheriff's office I spent years at, where I started and spent and would have stayed forever if we had not moved. Um, I mean, they treated me very good. Um, they treated me really good, and I got to do everything I ever wanted to there. Any, I mean, anything I put in for, I would get, and it's an awesome agency too. Um, what I would call a wealthy agency, meaning we had all the equipment you could possibly ever dream of, the best of the new everything. Um, so I mean, I loved it there. I miss it, but then I mean, I only worked for 3 agencies, and one of those was only for a year. But the the agency I ended with was a smaller agency, and like I came from a larger county, larger agency, um, and went from being I was a deputy for years to working for a city, and but I ended up working at probably the best smaller law enforcement agency in the state of Alabama by far, especially city agency, and I have zero complaints about there as well. So I don't know that I could. I mean, I was only there for 3 years, so big difference. Um, but and that was Marshall Shoals in North Alabama. But Marshall Shoals Police Department is top of the line, and they're now. I'll say this about Marshall Shoals as well: morale inside that agency was the best I'd ever seen anywhere. Everybody that worked there loved working there. I mean, everybody that wasn't lazy. There were a few people that were lazy that didn't like it, and they would end up leaving, but because they wanted you to work. But I loved it there. I'm from Hamilton, and I'd just like to say, given everything going on, our officers are doing a great job. Yeah, no, and I spoke about them Monday. I think it was Monday night because we just had the peaceful protest up there, and I have nothing but good to say about the Hamilton Police Department right now. I was very impressed with them. Their chief's awesome, uh, just really cool guy, very sensible. I met like one of their lieutenants, super cool guy. Same thing. One of their sergeants. I mean, every one of them I met, just all around. I can't say enough good about them. They were awesome. Had only one correct answer. The Navy. Well, I think she was talking about law enforcement agencies, so I wasn't including my military. And I was never. I mean, I was only in one branch. I was never in another branch. Hey Al, I got to get back up there and visit y'all soon. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, Marshall Shoals is compared to the other agencies up there is very well paid compared to those agencies. Now, none of those agencies in Northwest Alabama are paid well at all. It's sad, but it is the best paying one. Kaylee, I'm gonna have to make a rule to stop talking about that. Oh, Paige, were you at? Did I meet you at the protest? I can't see your face, so if I did, don't take that personal. I can't. The TikTok comments are on like my one of my top screens, like 3 foot away from me. So, oh, you saw my TikTok. Oh, I see what you're saying. That was the first time you saw. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I met so many people out there, so I don't remember all their names. But I would know faces. But yeah, I thought that's what you meant. Nick Reisner was your cousin. Yeah, I was there that day. A horrible day. But he lost his life being a warrior. I'll say that for sure. Being a true warrior. He's a hero. He saved a lot of lives that day. Can I ask why we're on here on Thursday? I thought I might be having a stroke. So I had to miss last night. I've been out of town the last 2 days, and so I wasn't able to do my normal live on Wednesday night. So I moved it to Thursday night. So I'll be back on tomorrow night as well. But just remember, Friday nights are at 9 p.m. Central versus 8. Doesn't Flock have a third company? I'm not sure. I don't know a ton about like the overall company of Flock. I just know the system. Have I seen where the officers were arrested for misuse of Flock? Were they? Now there were some in Alabama recently that they were fired. I don't think they were arrested, but they should be, and maybe they are. Maybe they do arrest them. I'm sh- I would. I'm sure there's some laws that you could throw on them for most misuse of flocks. And again, I'm if someone misuses flock, I think the penalties should be severe for them, 100%. And if you do make those penalties extremely severe, then that's going to cut down on most of the misuse. Now, again, it's not going to stop it completely. Nothing's perfect, but if those penalties are very severe, it will help a lot. And I do think penalties need to be extremely severe. I think the use of flock cameras should be more regulated by a governing agency, such as, like I said, I think it should. I don't know the logistics of this or how possible it would be, but I think flock should be treated just like NCIC. And if it could end up falling under that same umbrella as far as the use of it, then I think that would be a really good thing. And that would cut down on a lot of the misuse. And again, I'm not, if everybody wants to say, hey, every police officer shouldn't have access to that, I'm not against that either. Like I said, if we want to say, hey, just investigators and special units, I'm not. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And again, that's what I was trying to kind of say a while ago. This is a brand new problem for law enforcement. So I'm sure a lot of agencies are scrambling to go, okay, we see this as a problem now. So what can we do to fix it? Now, again, I'm not saying we should give them another year or something to figure that out. It shouldn't take that long. I'm just saying, just keep in mind this is a new problem. Or that's probably not fair to say. It's a new problem that agencies are now aware of. I'll put it like that. But Austin, Texas just paid the price for doing away with flock. And I'm not trying to put out scare tactics or anything like that. This is just a prime example. Austin, Texas had flocks. Well, their city started losing their minds over it, and the city ended up pulling all their flocks. Then they had this crazy lunatic on a rampage driving around shooting people, and they weren't able to find where he was. They weren't able to track him at all. If they would have still had the flocks, that problem would have been fixed immediately. And that's what I'm talking about with the value of flocks are due to the real-time information that you can get. And I want to apologize for my internet. I never have issues with it, but apparently I'm having issues tonight. But if you're on TikTok or YouTube and it keeps freezing, from my end, it looks like Facebook is not frozen at all. Now, y'all correct me if I'm wrong for y'all on Facebook, but so if you're having issues with one of the others, zoom over to my Facebook page and you can see me, and you shouldn't have any issues over there. And Facebook's the only one that's different as far as everything. You can find me on everything under Agent D Baker, but Facebook is just my full name, Derek, Derek Baker. If it keeps adding up, or if it keeps acting up, I can switch to I can throw up my, what's it called? My mind just went blank. Starlink. I could throw up my Starlink and use it if I have to, but I don't know. My normal internet's usually completely fine. I don't think they were arrested, but one, so it's back to the two that officers are talking about misusing the flock. But one was terminated and one resigned due to misuse of flock. See, and they shouldn't have been able to resign. Now that's the agency we need to be hitting on. And I'll look and I'll figure that out, and I'll call them out. If they allowed him to resign, that's bullshit. And that's part of the problem. Because if somebody misused it, he should have been fired. And A-Post should pull their certification. And in Alabama, A-Post is the certification agency. You have to be certified through A-Post, Alabama Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission. And if they pull your certification, then you're not allowed to be a law enforcement officer in Alabama anymore. And so that's what should be happening. If someone is caught misusing flock, A-Post should pull they should get fired, and A-Post should pull their certification. That way they cannot be in law enforcement again. Who's going to be the next Alabama governor? That's Tommy Tuberville. If anybody wants to take that bet, I'll bet you $10,000. Nah, I mean, he's going to be the next governor. There's no question about that. That won't even be close at all. Where's Christy? She was on here earlier. Brian, I mean, we can require every person to have GPSs on their body at all times and know where every person is at every moment of the day or not. That already exists, and you're not even required to. That was one of my points a while ago. This tracks every single movement you make. And law enforcement can get access to that. I mean, they have to have a warrant. They can get access to that. William, what do you mean 37 cases that are known about as of yesterday? Is that 37 in a time period, or where did that that's what I'm curious about, like over what time period? I'm just telling you, as far as Tuberville, you are there is there is literally no way that a Democrat is going to win the governor's seat in Alabama right now. That's not going to happen. I mean, that's just not going to happen. I mean, there is literally nothing that could hurt his chances of being elected. There's too many Republican voters in this state. And if the Democrats would have put somebody up against him that was even halfway decent, I mean, they still wouldn't have got elected, but I could at least say, hey, let's talk about this thing about it, but I'm not telling anybody to vote for the Democrat in this, because he is extremely liberal, and there's other things I know about him that no, that guy doesn't need to be anywhere in office. Brian, and I'm trying to be devil's advocate here, so don't take this personal. Like, I'm not trying to personally argue with you or anything, because I understand what you're saying. But you say, but we don't have to carry our phone around. You don't have to drive your car around either. So, again, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. But as soon as you said that, that was the first thing that came to my mind. I mean, nobody's required to drive their car. I mean, it's a choice. Now, yeah, you could argue, well, we don't have it, but there are people that don't have cars. So, and the license plate on your car, here's the one thing. The license plate on your car does not belong to you. Now, I'm not saying I disagree with that or agree with that. I'm just telling you the fact. Your license plate on your car, just like your driver's license, does not belong to you. That belongs to the state. And the state can pull that at any time they want. Where's the line, though? How much data about our movement stored in massive data collection? I mean, I don't disagree with you on storing the data but again, I think people are misunderstanding. The only data that Flock is storing is literally that picture of your of your license plate. They don't have access to run that license plate to know who it belongs to or to get any of that information from the license plate. So literally the only thing Flock has and keeps that record of is the picture of your license plate. Law enforcement's the only ones that can actually run that license plate and go, okay, this car belongs to this person and blah, blah, blah. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'll do a podcast on Flock. Because again, I have seen a bunch. Look, if all the information I'd seen, if all the stuff I've seen on social media floating around about Flock were true, I would be 1,000% against it. I'd be like, oh my God. But the problem is, I've seen so much out there that's just way, way off of what the Flock cameras that law enforcement has access to do. So for those of you that weren't on here earlier, I used it for like 6 years, every single day. The only thing Flock cameras do, the only thing is they snap a picture of your license plate, which includes the back of your car. That's it. There's no facial recognition. That is it. Now, there are times where the way, depending on your speed or whatever, when it snaps the picture, it might get a little bit more of your car, like maybe the back window of your car too. But for the most part, it's just your license plate and the back of your car. So if you have a dent on your left bumper, then yes, I mean, again, it's literally a picture of the back of your car, which includes your license plate. That is it. So anyone that tells you any different, I'm telling you, they do not know what they're talking about. And I've verified this because, yes, I've been out of law enforcement now, almost 3 years. But I kept seeing so many people posting, and I was like, I need to make sure I'm right here. And, I mean, I have tons of friends that still very close friends in law enforcement and or investigators, whatever. And so I'm in quite a few different group texts with a bunch, and I was like, has Flock changed? Like it's and no, it's the same thing. Again, one problem with it, there is a lot of misinformation running around about Flock. Oh, TikTok PhDs know everything. again, if you're listening to someone on social media, no matter what platform that's on, if someone is setting up like I am, speaking with you about whatever and claiming they're an expert on whatever, look at their resume. What qualifies them? Like, what is their, if you go to their profiles and it's impossible to find what their background is, don't listen to them because they're probably full of shit. I see it every day. Like, specifically law enforcement. I'll be flipping through and there'll be a guy or a girl sitting there talking about and claiming that they're an expert in law enforcement of whatever. And I'm listening to what they're saying. I'm like, oh my God, this is the furthest thing from right. And then I click on their profile and I look under their bio and it tells nothing about their background. Don't listen to that person. Because if they have a background that actually qualifies them as an expert of anything, they're going to be proud of that background and they're going to want people to trust them and they're going to post it. So it'll say something on their bio of, or go to my website and look here, or my YouTube description. Because like TikTok description under your bio, you can only put so many characters. So it's pretty short. Facebook's the same way. Now YouTube, it can be pretty much as long as you want. But if you're not able to find their bio anywhere of their background, that kind of stuff, don't listen to anything they're saying because they're probably full of shit. And I mean, on that same note, be very careful about who you listen to. And this is including me, do not take legal advice from social media. Any legal advice you see, you need to verify that. No matter who you hear it from. And again, that includes me. Now, I don't give legal advice because I'm not an attorney. But if I ever say anything that you misconstrue as legal advice, don't just take that as legal advice ever. That's what will get you in trouble. Because there are a lot of TikTok lawyers that, again, they're up there speaking with authority and they're acting like they're extremely confident in what they're saying. But what they're saying is so wrong and will get you in trouble, hurt, whatever, in a second. It's very dangerous. And no matter who you're listening to or follow, whatever, understand nobody's perfect. So, number one, never put all your faith in a man or woman, in a human. Don't do that. You will be let down every time. Anyone that acts like they're perfect on social media, that's a podcaster, content creator, whatever, be very wary of them. If they never make mistakes, if they're always right, don't trust that. They probably have serious issues. Unfortunately, I'm not always right, and I know that. And I've been proven wrong in my life more times than I could ever count. Now, this is my promise to you. Anytime I am proven wrong, if I put something out and it's proven to be wrong, I will come back and correct that. And I will admit, and I've done it before, and there's going to be more times in the future I have to do it. But I am not too proud to get back up and say, hey, I said this and I was wrong. And that was a mistake. Now, that's the one thing I can promise you. But again, anything that's serious, don't trust anyone on social media. You can listen to them, but verify that. 100%. Yes, Paige, exactly. And it is extremely important to know your rights and understand them. And let me tell you something, from somebody that spent a lot of years in law enforcement, most people don't know their rights. Most people don't understand half of their rights or what is legal and what's not. And that's crazy. You need to know that stuff. Say the same about medical advice on social platforms. Oh, absolutely. Definitely don't take medical advice from social media. And again, I don't give out medical advice, but if I ever say anything that makes you think I'm giving out medical advice, don't trust that. You need to verify that, because I am not a doctor, but sometimes I pretend to be. Oh, that's exactly, Melody. Dig deeper than the first page of Google. Don't use Google, first off, but if you do, go to about the fourth page and you'll start learning about somebody. But my suggestion is don't use Google. Google only lets you see what they want you to see and what somebody's paying them to let you see. I use DuckDuckGo, but somebody, was it you, Melody, that was telling me one time that they had changed a little bit. And I'm not promoting DuckDuckGo. They don't pay me. That's just one I've been using for a long time. But there are others. I don't know how many others, but there are other really good search engines out there that just, when you search something, it literally puts what's out there, not, well, this business paid them, and so they're going to be on the front page of their search engine, because Google is all paid. If you pay Google enough, Google will make your business look like the best ever. And kind of on the same subject, with AI now, people, and I know I'm not talking about y'all, I'm talking about your mom and them, but you've got to stop posting ChatGPT answers as facts on places. I know this is shocking to some of you, but ChatGPT is wrong quite often. And it kills me because I've been seeing it a lot in the last like 3 or 4 months. There'll be an argument on the comments, and somebody will literally go to ChatGPT, type in a question, and then the answer, and they screenshot that and post it under the comments like, oh, boom, mic drop. I was right, you were wrong. I'm like, you're making yourself look really ignorant when you do that. Yes, ChatGPT makes stuff up to support whatever you want it to say. That's what Melody just said. That's been proven. Now, I don't use ChatGPT because it's very similar to Google, if not the same. I do not use ChatGPT. when I first started using AI, I used ChatGPT, and then I learned very quickly. Um, ChatGPT is pretty political. Um, I trust Grok a lot more than I do ChatGPT, and I use Grok sometimes. I use Claude a lot. Been using Claude a lot lately, and there's others. Again, I'm not promoting one certain one, but I would urge you not to use ChatGPT because I've seen it's very political. I mean, I've like will type answers or questions in there just to see what it says, and it will spit out complete gibberish to you. That is not true at all. But no, if you're looking for a serious answer and you need a fact like 100% factual answer on something, don't just trust an AI. Like don't type it into AI, any AI platform, and then take that answer as absolute fact. You better be verifying that in other places because you're going to be wrong half the time, at least probably. So, but don't depend on AI. AI is an awesome tool for certain things. But if you are using AI to complete any like professional work, you're going to end up in trouble. You're going to end up fired or sued or something. Trust me. It's a tool. I use AI as a tool, not a source. And there's a big difference. I mean, if you're doing any kind of business, I think you're crazy not to use AI for certain things because it's great for some things, but again, as a tool, not a source. That's very well said, Brian. Back to the legal advice: unless you give money to an actual lawyer, don't take their law advice. That's a good rule of thumb to live by, right there. Yeah. So, and I like the way Brian worded this. Be careful with AI because it's programmed to please you and affirm you. And like he said, you can go look at the lawsuits against like ChatGPT, for instance, right now. And again, be careful with it. Don't use it as a source, but it's an amazing tool for certain things. But again, if you're running any kind of business and you just not using AI at all, you're going to be left behind. Um, you're going to eventually be left behind. But again, you have to be very careful with it. Very careful with it. I'm crushing all your life decisions tonight. Well, I'm not trying to do that. Again, kind of back to what we're saying. Keep in mind, a lot of things that I'm saying tonight is just my opinion. Um, Well, that's a good thing. That makes me feel good. If I've caused you to question things, that's exactly what I want to do. That is what I want to do. I don't want anyone to sit here and go, "Oh, he said it," so I want to say things to get you to thinking and for you to go, I probably need to look into that a little more. That is my goal on a lot of things that I talk about on lives is now there are certain things I know to be a fact and I will say that. But a lot of things is just my opinion and the way that I think about certain things and look at certain things, and it's okay for us to be different. And if you agree with every single thing I say all the time, that's weird. And that's you need to rethink things. Because that would be strange. I mean, honestly. Also, like I talk about a lot, I know I'm kind of rambling here, but one thing's reminding me of another. Another thing I say all the time, don't just listen to people and follow people that think just like you. Don't be afraid to listen to somebody that you completely disagree with on a lot of things. And again, you don't have to do what they're saying, but hear them out. Listen, you never know. They may change your mind on something, and they may make you look into something a little deeper. But if you're living in that what we call echo chamber, and you're only following people that think just like you and that are a lot like you, that's a dangerous place to be. Don't think I'm looking at the Facebook questions. Yeah, I am. I've got 3, so I can't catch every question because I'm on all the different platforms, but I try my best to. Oh, I see why we're saying that. Okay, I'm sorry. Several people ask what's my funniest arrest I ever made. That's tough because there's so many. Every time I'm asked that, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go back and think this out. That way, the next time somebody asks me, I'm like, oh, it was this. Oh, there's so many. It's actually a really hard question. And also some of the ones that are popping in my head right now, I can't tell because they're not appropriate for social media. Hell, that's a lot of them actually. I don't know. I'll think I need to. I'm going to sit down and write some out that I remember and have that from now on. I need another thing I'm going to do is when, and we've been back and forth on what we're going to do as far as where we're going to have our like paid membership for extra videos and the training videos and all that stuff, and a membership only like side. But another thing I'm going to do on those, and let's say it's probably going to end up being Patreon, but don't quote me on that. We're still trying to figure it out. But that's another thing I'm going to put on that in that area is like once a week or maybe twice a month. Maybe not be able to do once a week, but at least twice a month. do a short video on an arrest story. Um, I would like to do that for a lot of reasons. Number one, I know a lot of people find it interesting, and another thing where I can go back and remember those because there's already so many that I've forgotten now that I should have. I'd do anything if I'd gone back and written them down when it was happening. And go, oh yeah, remember this or whatever. And so I need to go ahead and start. I wanted to go ahead and start documenting those so they're there. But I think that will be pretty interesting. My cousin arrested our other cousin last week. Um, Thankfully, I was not in law enforcement where I grew up. If I would have, I'd probably ended up arresting quite a few of my family members. That's for sure. It's you. You were my funniest. I've never arrested you. What, Lowingo? Did you ask me a question? Hey, thank you, Sheree. I appreciate that. Patriot, thank you for saying that again. No, I've actually got your name and stuff written down here to message you. So I'm definitely going to reach out to you because I remember we talked about that last time, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate you offering that too. Where did I grow up? I grew up in a very small town in North Alabama. For those that are familiar with Northwest Alabama, I grew up pretty much right in between Russellville and Phil Campbell. Now, I went to school at Phil Campbell's where I went to graduated high school. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that, Patriot. Is it true most officers stick together, right or wrong? No, not most. Now, there definitely are some that do, but not most. There are a lot of law enforcement officers that if they see another officer breaking the law or violating someone's rights, they're going to tell on them. And another thing, people that's never been in law enforcement don't don't really understand is most law enforcement agencies are like high school. meaning there's always bickering back and forth between people, their cliques. And most officers, especially at larger agencies, you're going to have other officers that don't like you for whatever reason. Therefore, to think they would stick up for this person is crazy, because they wouldn't. In fact, they watch some of them that they don't like. They watch like hawks, hoping they screw up so they can tell on them. Now, again, I can't speak for every agency, but I worked with tons of different agencies in my career when I was on task force, meaning I spent time at tons of different agencies and working with officers from other agencies all over. And so that's what I'm basing that off of. Also, the main thing I'm basing it off of is the amount of law enforcement officers in this country versus the amount that have been corrupt. It's less than 1%. Actually, quite way less than 1%. And that's why I was curious on when I think it was William said that there had been 37 documented cases of misuse of flock. Like, and I don't think he ever said if that was a certain time frame or whatever, but there's no telling how many officers have access to flock. And I guarantee you this, over 99% of the police officers that have access to flock have never misused it, never will. Now, I understand. I agree that if it's 1%, it's too many. I agree with that. But don't think that most officers that use it misuse it. That's just not the case. Again, that's like it's extremely rare to find a legit corrupt law enforcement officer. Now, they exist and they're always going to, but they're very rare. That's why, like a place like, and for those of you who've been following me with the Walker County, Alabama Sheriff's Office, that's why that is so crazy that pretty much almost the entire agency was corrupt. That's unheard of in law enforcement. Unheard of. Now, we just saw the same thing in Pritchard, Alabama, where it looks like the entire agency was corrupt. Now, it was a smaller agency, and Walker County is a smaller agency too, but the entire agency was corrupt. So, yes, those things exist, but they are rare. And if you compare, like I said, if you compare corrupt police officers to the amount of police officers that are in this country, I mean, it's an extremely small percentage. It's too much. I agree with that, but it's far from most. People that say, I mean, there's been this, whatever you want to call it, going around for quite a few years now of, oh, law enforcement they're shooting too many people. It's happening too often. They're just out taking people out left and right. And like on traffic stops or something. Do you know how many traffic stops are made in this country in one day? I got all these stats. Because I teach it in one of my classes. See if I can find that file. Yeah, I was going to say around. I thought it was around 60,000. So yeah, around 60, and this is approximate. You could probably give or take 5,000, but around approximately 65,000 traffic stops occur every single day in this country. That adds up to it's like 25 million a year. Like, think about that. There are almost 25 million traffic stops per year in this country. And you know how many of those traffic stops end up with the law enforcement officer shooting someone? Way, 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 way less than 1%. Way less than 1%. And that's what I don't think a lot of people realize. Now, if they're unjustified, then yeah, one's too many. Again, I completely agree with that, and it should not be happening. But to base all law enforcement officers off of one officer's actions is crazy. Like, it's crazy. So it's like saying you went to one doctor and they misdiagnosed you, and then you going out saying, doctors, none of them know what they're talking about. We need to get rid of them. Like, that's the equivalence of it. When they dismantled No, I don't think I'm familiar with that. What do you remember what county it was? They dismantled the whole drug task force in Northwest Alabama a few years back. If you said the county, then I might say, "Oh yeah," but I can't. It doesn't ring a bell off the top of my head. Well, Melody said they need to be able to track flock like they do people accessing medical records. They can. I mean, there's a log. They can absolutely track it. It's like I said earlier. It's agencies have to enforce serious rules when they find misuse. That's the problem. Marion County, I don't know. Did Marion County have an actual drug task force at one time? I mean, I don't have a reason to doubt you. I'm not saying this. It's just that's the first thing I thought of is they actually have a drug task force at one time? Because that's a very small county. Serious question. How many LEs look up possible date number two? I don't I don't understand what you're asking exactly, Lobster Journey. Oh, I wasn't saying you said that, William. No. I'm not talking about anybody that's on here. I'm just talking about in general online. You see those people act like that. Background check on date. I mean, I'm sure that happens, but that is NCIC, and again, that's they treat that very serious. I'll put it this way: if a police officer runs a girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever through NCIC, they're they're crazy because that is very easy to find and it's kept up with. And not only will you get fired, NCIC access removed, lose your A post, the person that you looked up can sue you. And there's no qualified immunity on that. If you misuse NCIC, the person can sue you. There's no qualified immunity, and they're going to win the suit. Um, and this is the same stuff I'm talking about. Like Flock should be treated the same way. A very good point, Tammy. If someone has to do that, they don't need to date them. Yeah, if you're worried about that, you probably need to question your who you're dating. Anything on Carson Burks? I mean, nothing new that I know of. But now, also to be serious in what we're talking about, take out law enforcement. This goes for anyone, especially the females. But males should be paranoid about it too. If you've just met someone, especially if you met them online, and you're going to meet them, be very cautious of that. And like someone just said, you can go online and do a quick background check, criminal background check on someone, a basic one, for like $10 or something. Actually, I'm supposed to be promoted. Hold on. We just got a new sponsor like 2 weeks ago of one of those sites, and I got to start talking about it. And now I've been so slammed the last 2 weeks. I haven't been able to keep up with anything. So, but I got to start promoting them. I used it and I liked it. I don't know where it went. Anyway, I got to get that up and start promoting that anyway. But no, there are quite a few different sites that you can do that. And first off, tell your friends, your family, hey, I met this person and we're going on a date tonight. Whatever. Share that information. Share your location. Always have your location shared with one of your friends or family. Research the person. You know, like we're talking about Google earlier. Search them online. Search them in a search engine. Don't just look at the first page. Look at the third, fourth page. I mean, just see what's out there. We've been, so I don't think Christy's on here right now, but Christy was working on, because Christy is a domestic violence advocate for survivors, and because she was one. And she was working with some other people, and they were trying to get a domestic violence registry passed in Alabama. And I need to check back with them and see if that's anywhere right now, because I think that's a great idea. Like Tennessee just passed one a while back. So just like the S offender registry, there's a domestic violence registry. If you're convicted of a domestic violence charge, it goes in that registry and anyone can look it up. And it's simple. We need the same thing for domestic violence. Specifically for like that reason. I mean, have y'all seen the video, the shorter podcast I did? And I'm going to be doing more on it, on Christopher Drummond, where there was cameras in his house, and he's beating his wife. Domestic violence abusers in some ways are just like child predators, as far as they don't just wake up one day and decide they're going to start beating their spouse. It's something they've been doing. So if they've done it before, there's a decent chance they're going to do it again. We need a registry for that. I truly think it will save lives. My whole point in all of that, I don't even remember how I got off on that topic. Do your research. Stop just trusting someone that you met online, because there are some people, and yeah, it's not most, but there are some people, evil people online that target females or whoever, and they have very bad intentions when they meet you, and it happens. So again, just take all those things into account. Tell people where you're going, where you're going to be, who you're going to be with. Make sure you have at least FaceTimed with the person, at least. There are a lot of people that have just messaged somebody back and forth on social media, and then they go meet them at night somewhere. That's pretty crazy. I've had people I know before. I've had like females that I know before call me and be like, I really like this guy, and we've been talking for a long time, and he's wanting to meet me, but every time, like, he always has an excuse why he can't FaceTime. And as soon as they say that, that's a conversation I've had before. And as soon as she said that, I said, you are crazy if you go meet them. Like, that's a huge red flag. Huge. And there are a lot of other red flags, but if something doesn't seem right, then it's probably not. Just be very careful with that. Be very careful of, number one, what you put online. Be thoughtful of what information you're putting out there. Versus, like, if someone could go to your, say, Facebook page and know where you live, your phone number, your kids' names, all that stuff, you may want to fix some of that. Now, I'm not saying you should never put anything out. I understand that's unrealistic, but just be careful of the information you put out, such as pictures of your house, pictures of your car, all that stuff. Just, especially if you're single, like if you live alone, be very careful of that stuff. I just had this conversation the other day with a friend that they said, I'm going to send you one of their close family members. I'm going to send you their profile and tell me what sticks out to you. And this was a older person that's widowed. And I looked, and that's what it said on there, widowed. Like, it had that on the Facebook profile. And they were trying to tell them, explain to them that that's not safe, that they probably shouldn't have that up there. And so they wanted me to kind of back that up. And I was like, yeah, I agree. There are people that target those people. And you don't want to make it easier on them to find you, because they're people and they're really good at what they do. They see that, and they're going to start targeting that person, calling them. And most of the time it's going to be scamming them, and they're really good at pulling the scams off, and they end up taking $20,000 from the person if they're lucky. If they're not lucky, then it's somebody that's set out to physically hurt them. So you want to make that stuff a little harder. So just be thoughtful of all that stuff you put out. And again, if you're going on vacation, don't announce that on social media. Like, if y'all notice, I've been out of town the last 2 days. Nobody knew that till I was already back. Like, I didn't tell anyone that I don't like, as far as like not that are not close friends or family or something, that, hey, I'm going to be out of town Tuesday and Wednesday. Now, once I'm back, like, I announced it that, hey, we went to Atlanta. We spent the last 2 days in Atlanta, did some fun stuff with my kids and blah, blah, blah. But that's not stuff I'm going to put out or talk about before we go, because I don't want anybody knowing. So when you're on vacation, and I know you want to post those pictures and stuff, and I do too. I post some of my vacation pictures and stuff. Not till I get back, though. Don't post them while you're on vacation. again, you never know who's watching, and that's just little things that you need to think about and be careful about. Now, again, there's nothing wrong with showing off your vacation and all that stuff, but do that after you get back. Don't announce it before. Don't be posting stuff while you're on vacation. Then you get back, okay. Just think about those things. My friend's grandma got scammed $100K. Grandson's found out, set up. When I was in investigations, these are some of the horrible, worst stories. It was always elderly people, and the amount of money that I've seen people get scammed out of would blow your mind. Again, they target vulnerable people. They target elderly people because elderly people don't fully understand technology, a lot of them, and the scammers know that. This goes back to a picture of your house. So I had a elderly couple that sent $10,000 in cash in the mail to a scammer. Now, luckily, we were able to intercept it, but we got very lucky. And the way they got that was not by tricking them. They threatened them. They called these people on the phone, and they're like, you're going to send us money or we're going to take your lives. We're sitting across the road in the woods with a sniper rifle. You know, I'm looking at your house right now. You know, brick house, green shutters, green front door. And so these people are like, oh my God, they really are. I mean, they just described my house perfectly. And they scared them to death. I mean, they had them scared to death. So scared that these poor people went to the bank, withdrew $10,000 in cash out of their savings, and put it in the mail and was going to mail it to these people. Luckily, right after they mailed it, their daughter, or I think it was their daughter maybe, found out, and she called us. She called law enforcement, and I was an investigator on call that evening. And so I get out to their house, and I mean, these poor people, they were scared to death. Like, they were legit. And as soon as they start telling me, I'm immediately telling them they weren't in front of your house. And like, I started explaining the whole thing to them. And it was really sad. Luckily, I had a really good contact with a postal inspector that I worked with for a lot of years on cases. I called him and I was like, is there any way we can intercept this? They just mailed it out this morning, so it's somewhere, whatever. And he was able to get it, and we got their money back. But that is very rare. And if we hadn't have caught that at that time, I mean, that money would have been gone. I've seen people get scammed out of way more than $10,000. I mean, I've literally seen people, elderly people, their entire life savings gone. And there's not much more sad than that. I mean, there's not, when you're sitting there talking to an elderly couple, or especially a widowed elderly person, and they've just been scammed out of $175,000, which was every single thing they had, their entire life savings, and now they're sitting there with they're dead broke and they're 85 years old and they can't work. It's so sad. And especially when you have to tell them there's no way for us to get that money back. It's just so sad. And that reminds me, I was going to do a podcast on the scammers to put awareness out there, and I've not done that. I've got to do that. But if you have elderly family members, talk to them about this stuff and tell them, if anyone ever calls you, if anyone ever wants you to send cryptocurrency or go buy gift cards. Ever. That's a scam. Just hang up the phone. They're not going to hurt you. They're not going to hunt you down. Like hang up the phone and call the police. And I don't care how smart and intelligent you think your parents are, these people are good at what they do. And they can scam the smartest people out of it. I mean, and I think I've told y'all this story on the live one time. One time I was in either Walgreens or CVS. I don't remember which one. Like, I wasn't at work or anything. I was just out picking up some stuff at the pharmacy. And I hear there's this older woman on the phone. And I'm hearing what she's saying. And I immediately pick up, this woman's getting scammed right now. Because I could tell by the things she was saying. And she was over there, like, nervously going through the, like, Apple Pay cards or whatever they're called. And so I just walked up to her. I was like, can you put that on? No, I can't put it on hold. I'm like, anyway, I got them to pull the phone away from their ear. And I said, please trust me. I know you don't know me, but you're getting scammed right now. And I started telling her I said, they're telling you to come here and get this. And then they're going to have you scratch the thing off and read them the numbers. And that money's gone. And they're telling you that you can't hang up the phone. Because if you hang up the phone, something bad's going to happen. But you have to stay on the phone with them. And she's like, oh, my God, you're exactly right. That's exactly what they're saying. And I hear the guy on the phone telling her, no, don't listen to that guy, whatever. And so I said, could I have your phone for a second? And she gave me her phone, and I just start cussing the guy. And, hey, take your scam somewhere else. But there's no telling how much money they would have gotten out of that woman, because she had already taken the step they got her to the store and was buying the cards. I mean, so there's no telling. And that happens all the time. Oh, he hung up pretty quick. They want anything that's very hard to trace. And like any gift cards are actually pretty hard to trace. Any gift cards, but cryptocurrency, not as hard to trace these days, but still not easy. So a lot of times what they'll do is have people go get their money somewhere, whether they go to the bank or whatever, and then go to one of the gas stations that has the crypto ATM machines and then send the money through crypto. That happens a lot, but there's a lot of different things they do. But I'm telling you, you would be absolutely amazed of how many people fall for that every day. I mean, these people are making billions. These scammers, I know they caught a big organization in Jamaica. Was it Jamaica or Dominican? I can't remember. I think it was Jamaica, but anyway, wherever it was, a while back. But that's what I tell the people. I'm like, the person you're talking to is not even in the United States. I promise you that. If someone says they're in the wood line at my house, it's going to sound like the 4th of July. Right? Yeah. But again, they target vulnerable people. I've seen them get all kinds of different gift cards. Now, like I said, the Apple cards were big, and they change. So I don't know what they're doing. Like in today's, again, they change by the week, in those little things they do. But when I was working, Apple cards were a big thing, and the crypto was, getting big then. Um, Green dot cards then, that was big. And like I've said numerous times, I'm far from perfect. I sit up here and preach all this stuff and talk about it all the time. Just the other day, and I just thought of it again. I still haven't removed it. Just the other day, someone said, and they weren't. There was no ill intentions from them. That's somebody I know, but it was somebody that I'd been talking to about some stuff, and they said something to me that I'm like, "How did you know that?" Like it threw me off and immediately got me paranoid. And then they said, "I saw it on this platform," and I didn't realize I'd put that on a platform at one point. And so I screw up too. I was very glad that they told me, and then they were like afraid they just like made me mad or something. Like, no, 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 I'm glad you told me. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. It just that's information that like people that are following me or anything that I make sure not to say just because. And so it threw me off when somebody knew, and I was just it. But again, I'm not perfect either. But and again, I've seen all the scammers pull all kinds of things. Like I said, sometimes it's just threats. Sometimes they do it through fear. That's one of the more rare ones, though. If somebody just calls you out of the blue and tells you you've won something, no, you didn't. That doesn't happen. That does not happen. But if I told you just the amount of people that I have dealt with that got scammed through that would blow your mind. I'll be honest with you. I've used it in law enforcement to get somebody before. Call and be like, "Hey, this is so and so at so and so store. You remember a while back when you filled out this ticket for this drawing that we're having?" And they're like, "Oh yeah." I'm making the whole thing up. Like, well, you've won. You have won this memorabilia. I think it was like some autograph stuff or something I said. And they're like, "Oh my God." And I was like, "Just give me an address. What's your current address? And we'll get it in the mail to you." And they read me off their current address. And then we show up their house. We show up where they are about 30 minutes later. Uh, they're probably still looking for that thing they won because I don't even think they ever put it together. But no, if somebody calls you and tells you won something, no, you didn't. And back in my early narc days, when we were chasing around meth labs, and the amount of meth cooks that I tracked down off of fake profiles pretending to be a female would blow your mind. That's It was so easy. Like we could look for somebody for months and not know where they are. I start messaging them on social media, pretending to be a good-looking female, and within 20 minutes, they've given me their exact. Like I've had them send me the actual location. Like, hey, send me the screenshot of your location, and then we show up. They'll fall for that every time. There you go. That's a funny arrest story. So we had this. It was this meth cook that we've been trying to track down for a while, and we couldn't figure out where he was staying. And so I used to have some really good fake uh, social media profiles, and I went through a school where they taught us how to build all this stuff up and to look extremely legit and everything. And so anyway, I have this one that's a really good looking female, and we couldn't find him. And I was like, I'm gonna message him on here and see if he bites. Within like 2 minutes of me sending him a message on social media, he responds back. And again, within like 20 minutes, he literally screenshots his location and sends it to us. And so we show up at this place where he's staying, and we're banging on the door, hey, narcotics, open up, whatever, we're gonna kick the door in, blah blah blah. Nothing. And so we're like, well, are we sure he's still here? I said, I don't know. This is a true story. The idiot still didn't put it together. So while I'm standing on the front porch and us banging on the door, I message him. And no, that's not what happened. I'm standing there and we're trying to figure out if he is really in there. And he messaged me back and says, hey, don't show up. The cops are here. And so then we knew for sure he was in there. So we kick in the door and go in and find him. He had a bunch of felony warrants, active warrants and stuff. So we go in and he's hiding in like a closet or something. And we get him. But yeah, while we're standing there, he messages me, don't show up. The cops are here. The cops are out front. Yeah, so that was a pretty funny one. Hey, Shelby, how are you? Almost got scammed $5,000 for a Doberman pup to be flown to me from Dallas. Yeah, be any of that kind of stuff. Be very careful. Because again, a lot of these scammers, they are really, I mean, it's literally what they do all day, every day, and they are really good at it. They are really good at talking you into sending them money. I'm naturally too suspicious of people in general. That's not a bad thing. Again, paranoia is good to an extent. You don't want to be so paranoid that it like runs your life. But if you're never paranoid about things, that's not safe. That's not good. If it ain't Ed McMahon at the front door with a check. Did people really win that money when they would go around doing that? Was it the Publishers Clearinghouse? Isn't that what it was? So did people really win that money? Does anybody know? I remember that, William. I remember them putting it on the news, or at least on social media or something. But yeah, I remember that. Guy walked in Winston County not long ago to report someone stole his meth. They searched him and it was in his pocket. They always told me because they knew I'd find out. That just probably means you're a good parent that they felt comfortable being completely open to all the time. That's the best parent you could be. No, I mean, females are the best investigators most of the time. To be a good investigator, I mean, one of the traits, not all it takes, obviously, but you have to be naturally nosy, as we call it. Like you have to naturally want to know everything about people, and that's one of the good traits. Mine are grown and still share everything. I get poop pics with is this normal? So a funny story that just happened today that you say that. This is gross, but it's part of having a 2-year-old. I'm sitting here in a meeting, like on a Google Meet meeting, with like two other people, and we're all deep in conversation. And my little girl was in here hanging out, like watching TV, and she was like, "Dad, Dad, Dad." And I was like, hold on, just a second. And so I'm talking to him, and then she walks up here, right here, and she's like, "Poop, Dad, I poop." And she is holding it in her hand and literally hands it to me right here in my hand. And I'm just like frozen on this meeting. And I don't think they saw what it was, but yeah, that was my meeting. Yeah, but yeah, that's a life with a 2-year-old. Oh, no, to at least look and access the situation. 2 year olds are serious, but yes. Oh. Yeah, that was not what I was expecting to happen, but that's life. Two-year olds are not for the weak. Uh, they are so entertaining, though. I mean, honestly, it's the most fun ever. I mean, it is. I'm constantly going, what did I do before we had her? Like our lives must have been just extremely boring because we're constantly just rolling laughing about something she's doing. I mean, it is very entertaining. Build a turd out of clay. Yeah, they definitely keep you on your toes. I wasn't expecting to tell y'all that story either, but that just came up, and I was like, might as well. I did not go live last night, James. I was out of town, so that's why I'm on tonight. I just changed the nights this week. Oh yeah, no, you can't. Yeah, don't tell a lie in front of a 2 year old. They'll out you quick. Yeah, for sure. They are brutally honest about everything. No, they don't forget anything. And her what'll throw what cracks me up. So she's learned. They're teaching them Spanish at their school, and she'll randomly, like today, we were in the car earlier. She starts saying, "Hola, hola." It's just so funny. But one day, before I didn't know that they were teaching them Spanish at school, and we're in the kitchen doing something, and I said, "You want this or whatever?" And she said, "See, see," and she kept saying it, and then it clicked. I was like, "Are you speaking Spanish?" And so I asked my wife, and she's like, "Yeah, they're learning Spanish." So every once in a while, she'll just say a Spanish word, and it cracks me up every time. I don't know why, but it's just so funny hearing her just speak a different language sometimes when she is still struggling to speak English. Kevin, we're just kind of just chatting, not anything, not really about anything specific. Let's see if I can hold on. I was seeing if I had any. I don't really have any good videos that I took in the Cosm place. I was going to show it to y'all, but check that out. There's some. I think there's some videos on YouTube. But that place was awesome. So the question is, well, I'm trying to find the original question. So the question is, what about people posting their kids' first day back at school pics? Um, so this goes, into the protecting our children, and back to kind of what I was saying, about being very careful about what you post on social media and stuff. Uh, it's a very hard. I try to tread this topic, like that specific kind of stuff, lightly, because I completely understand people being very proud of their children and wanting other people to see, especially family members and things like that. But there are numerous ways you can do that without posting it on social media for everybody to see. So, as far as me, and again, this is my opinion, so don't hate me if you disagree. I'm against posting a lot of pictures of your children online. Now, I'm not saying none, but be very careful. Posting your kids' first day at school, especially because a lot of them I see, they're holding, like, they have the little sign made or something. It's like first day of, first grade, and it'll even say the school and stuff like that. I would highly recommend against that. Again, I'm not hating on you if you do that. It's just something I want you to think about. There's a little app that, like, we use, that, like, my wife posts all of our kids, pictures and stuff like that, and we give family members a code, and they can log on there and see all the pictures we've been taking lately and stuff. And that's so that only the people we send that to has that access to it, and you can pull that access at any time. And there are numerous, apps like that out there for that thing. So think about those, because again, I understand you want, family members, friends, or see whatever, but those apps are really easy to get and to do that on, versus everyone getting to see those things. Yeah, and people innocently don't think about it, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not hating on you if you've done it. I just want you to think about it. Um, and like I've said, like your kids' names, those things. And I'm not saying you should never ever post those things, but if you do, very rarely. And I mean, I don't think you should post your kids' names. And again, I hate that it's that way. I hate that we live in a world where you have to be that way. I get that. But your children are a lot safer if you're not posting those things for everybody to see. Um, I've talked about, I think it was not long ago when I talked about the things you see these little things going around like on Facebook and stuff where it's like, what was your first car? What's your favorite color and those things, and people answer those and they post it for everybody else to do. Like those things are literally put out there by scammers, by hackers. Legit. Those are all started by hackers. And when you answer all those questions, you're giving them the answers to most of your security questions. Um, and again, when people post those things and answer them and stuff, they're not thinking about it. I mean, they're being completely innocent, but that's why I'm talking about it. Think about those things. And when you see your family member or friend doing those things, just be respectful about it, obviously, but just say, hey, you know, I was listening to somebody the other day and they were talking about keeping their kids safe and they were just talking about those, whatever. Just get them to where they at least think about it and look at it that way. Because a lot of people just don't even think about it like that. But be very careful about that stuff. How familiar am I with the Department of Examiners of Public Accounts? I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer to how familiar. I mean, I know what they do and I know what they do and what they're for. I mean, they're pretty much auditors. Got word that from a very credible source that Hale County Sheriff's Office is under an audit right now. It's being kept hush hush by Hale County administrative staff. One of the clerks has been MIA for 2 or 3 weeks, supposedly fired, and so administrative staff has taken the stance they haven't heard from this clerk. The same source has advised the possibility exists that monies are missing, but the audit is being kept under wraps. Yeah, I haven't seen anything about that, but I mean, it's not surprising. They, they audited Greene County, Alabama Sheriff's Office a while back, and there's a lot of money missing. I haven't heard anything else about it. That sheriff's still there. I don't know. Patriot said, I have videos on my civilian platform for parents to watch free, warning signs and all. What is your where tell us where we can go to see that, Patriot? Like where exactly? Here's the first link in the link tree in his bio called Radicalization Awareness Network. Let me see if I can pull that up so I can show everybody. I can't remember. TikTok may not let me pull it up while I'm on here. Facebook does, but I don't think TikTok does. Let me see. People are completely off subject, and I'm going to get to what we were talking about. How's there this many people still trying to take up for Carson Burks? Like that's crazy to me. And the amount of people that are still you did him wrong in that interview for asking him a question. I ask him questions. That's what a fucking interview is. That does drive me crazy when people say that I did him wrong and that. What are you talking about? Since when is it wrong to ask someone questions? You know, back to what we were talking about earlier. Who else told us that we were wrong just for asking questions? Fauci. If someone gets pissed at you just for asking them questions, red flags. But I ask him questions. That's what an interview is. Anyway, sorry I got sidetracked because that came up. All right, let me see. Where was I? Is it Patriot? Where did it go? Oh, the page. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. That's weird. I can't find you on TikTok at all. It won't even pull you up. Let me see if it lets me do it this way. I was probably overcomplicating it. I was way overcomplicating it. All I had to do was click on a stinking name. Thank you, Patriot. I was trying to pull up because I'm on TikTok Studio. I was trying to pull up my TikTok app on here, and yeah. And now it disconnected. Of course it did. Here we go. Here's Patriot's profile on he's on TikTok, and the link tree. Click on that. He's got all kinds of stuff on here. First link at the top. Radicalization Awareness Network. Am I in the right spot? Maybe I have to do this. Oh, I have to do that later then. Um, but is this the right spot? Am I in the right place? Yeah, so that's the right spot. You just go here and you can join the free one, he said, and then that'll take you to the videos he's talking about. So there y'all go. I wanted to make sure everybody knew where to go because it's really good information. I didn't know I could click on people's profiles right there and look. That's actually pretty helpful at times. He said he'll be doing lives about it soon as well. And me and him may have to partner up on some things for sure. Yeah, I've got I did the Linktree stuff. I just haven't posted it on my stuff yet. I've got to get that done. I get so many things going at once, and then I'll forget about it, and it'll be like a month later. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, I got to get that on there. Which I have my now. Anybody looking for any of my stuff, you can go to my website agentdbaker.com, and it's got links to all my social media platforms on there. So if you have any trouble finding any of those, just go to the website. And then also make sure you go to the website if you're wanting to send me a message about anything. That's the best place to contact. Oh, side note, I got proposed to today. That was the first. Dude, somebody sent me a message that said, marry me. That's all it said. I mean, that's all it said. There's just the message that said, marry me. It's funny. Is it Paige and Life's a Journey met their best friends now? That was my fake account. No, I looked at it. It was a real account too. No, it was a real. They got a pretty big following too. I mean, I'm obviously they were joking. I'm sure, but I'm not that I'm sure they were joking. But stop trying to kill this for me. How many people? How many women have been offered money on this app every day? Delete. Yeah, be very careful with that. That's for sure. Hey, good night, Natalie. I appreciate you being on. Bambi Rita, what trolls are you talking about? Did I miss something over here? I don't see anything. Was somebody being an idiot? I mean, it's on YouTube, but I don't see anything. So YouTube may have already deleted it themselves. I don't know. Oh, are you just talking about that in general, Bambi Rita? Or was somebody over there saying something? Never mind. I think she was just talking about it in general. I misunderstood. No, Herman, I don't want you to be my sugar daddy. Now, anyone, man or woman, that wants to just send me money, send it. I'll take it. I'll claim you. I'll say you were best friends, whatever. Feel free. There's a place right on the website for that. Very easy. It's a big blue button. I think it's blue. Big button on there. It says donate. Just click there. Give all the money you want. Katie, you and Life Sojourner, are y'all having a complete conversation between yourself? I don't know what y'all are talking about. I was trying to figure it out, but I don't see it. Good night, Tammy. Am I willing to adopt them and make a documentary? Are you talking about? I mean, I'm up for adoption. I'll let somebody adopt me if they want to send me money. But yeah, I'm up for adoption. But only for people that have money. If you're not gonna send me a lot of money, I'm not. I mean, you can't adopt me. Strict criteria here. Oh, trust me, I'm expensive. You can ask my you can ask my wife that. I'm more expensive than most females. I promise you that. My one kid bleeds me dry as is. Sorry. Yep. You got a new car today? That's awesome. My husband said you can't get a new car every service. Yeah, I saw Fauci's testimony. I mean, most of it, but yeah, I saw. Yeah, yeah, that's right, Rachel. You can't really call it a testimony. Well, so about the pardon, one thing I don't know how long those pardons are going to stick because there's, from what I understand, pretty good evidence now that the president himself didn't sign those, and that's a big problem. So that's one thing. But another, that only pardons him for federal crimes. So states could still charge him with crimes. So that's why he's still allowed to plead the fifth. Um, one of the reasons, uh, civil reasons as well. Um, but it's hard for me to believe his time's not coming. I mean, if they don't do something with him after all that, I will be very, very frustrated, to say the least. He damn near destroyed a business your dad spent his entire life to build. Yeah, no, and that's what I was talking about that earlier. How many small businesses went out of business because of him? How many lives were completely destroyed financially because of him? And that's not even talking about how many people lost their lives because of him. That one man is responsible for more devastation than possibly any other one man in the United States that I can think of. I mean, again, the amount of people that lost their lives because of him, the amount of lives that were just ruined because of him, I mean, the amount of businesses that had to go out of business because of him. So and that doesn't just affect the business owner, that affects everybody that worked there. So the amount of people that he just destroyed financially that number is astronomical. There's no telling. How many marriages did that ruin? How many families did that completely ruin because they lost all their finances, and that leads to all other kinds of problems. And then obviously, unfortunately, to a lot of people, it leads to depression. And how many people have taken their own lives because of that? I mean, again, that when you think about all of that, that man is responsible for more devastation than you could dream of. Oh, those are very nice. Life's a journey. I saw a new limited just the other day, and it caught my eye. Those are really nice. I like those. Yeah, yeah. That's another thing, Paige, that I didn't even think about. The She said in the medical profession they saw so many people die alone because of that, because people their families weren't able to go in and see that whole thing. I'm telling you, and the fact that he can just get up there and plead the fifth for everything with his little smirk. He's an evil, evil man. You couldn't bury your cousin because of him? That's horrible. I'm telling you, that man is responsible for a lot of devastation. And that's the nicest way to put it. Hey, send me those pictures too. I want to see it. No, he historically, he'll be remembered as an evil because the more and more is going to come out. And no, I think historically he's not going to be remembered the way he wants to. What are you talking about, Lou Wingo? Where did that come from? Because again, at this point, no one that's being truthful, no one that's being honest can say that they believe he's innocent. Like nobody could say that. I mean, what did we like the same of? Oh, the Forerunner. No, I was just saying I saw a new limited the other day and it was freaking nice. But I mean, I'm a Ford person. The new as far as large SUVs, the new Expeditions are, man, they're awesome. Like I kind of want one. Like there's been plenty of times in the last like year I've thought about trading my truck in for one, but I'll miss a truck. But man, I love those new Expeditions. Oh, you have a new one? They're freaking awesome. No, I don't pay attention to her. 36 cup holders. Is that for real? My God, who needs 36 cup holders in a vehicle? That's pretty crazy. I don't hate you. It's been fun tonight with some of this commentary. No, and I apologize for some of you that probably watch me for serious things, but I do welcome these like laid back lives every once in a while. It's actually really nice. And we've still talked about a couple of serious things. Facebook's not liking it. That's for sure. We've got less than 10 viewers over there. No, I'm glad you found us, Paige, and I seriously appreciate you being on, and I hope you continue to follow and join the lives. And for the new people, so my lives are every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights. Mondays and Wednesdays are at 8 p.m. Central, and Friday nights are 9 p.m. Central. Wednesdays are exclusively on YouTube. And the reason of that is there's a lot of things we can talk about on YouTube that we can't on the other platforms. We still have to be a little careful, but we can get really deep into things over there, and I don't have to be as careful about the things I say. So make sure, if you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, make sure you go over there and subscribe. It's Agent D Baker. And again, if you have trouble finding that, you just go to our website, agentdbaker.com, and click on the link, the YouTube link on there, and it'll take you there. But make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's also, so I do a full podcast, and the full podcast is only on, you can find the full podcast on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. So the best place to watch the full podcast is on YouTube. So it's another good reason to subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'm paying y'all attention. I've been paying attention to Facebook all night. Hey, thank you, Brandy. That means a lot to me. I seriously appreciate that. Oh, and thank you for that as well. Am I going to start? I lost it. What did it say? Oh, am I going to start hitting on stories outside of Alabama? I mean, I've covered some stories out of Alabama, outside of Alabama. But if anyone that sees anything that you think I would be interested in covering and looking into, no matter where it is, no, send that to me. I mean, I don't purposely just like cover stuff from Alabama. It's just that's what catches my attention most of the time. But no, I mean, I've definitely covered other stories. Like I covered the Aaron Spencer thing a lot back when that was all going on, well, all the way through it. And then there's been a couple other smaller things I've covered in other states. Hey, Tawana, how are you? I'll be honest with you, Lawinga. I think I pay more attention to TikTok than I do any of them. For whatever reason, I like it's not purposeful, but it just seems like there's usually a lot more comments going on TikTok, so I guess that's why I'm looking at it more. But I mean, I try to keep up with all of them. And for YouTube, and I've got to fix this. I've got YouTube on another monitor over here, and sometimes I just get zoned in on Facebook and TikTok because they're up on this monitor together, and I'll just kind of forget about YouTube and have to look over there. But I got to fix it. I got to get them all up on the same one. When will I be back at the ramp? Are you talking about like physically? If you're talking about just covering the ramp, I mean, I'm going to be covering it a lot more. There like a lot more, and I think I'm going to be working with, if all goes well, working with another much larger creator on some ramp stuff in the near future. I think that's going to work out. But no, I'm not finished with the ramp at all. Now, if you're talking about physically, like for another peaceful protest, I don't know. I'm pretty frustrated at a few people right now that made that whole process way more stressful than it should have. I don't want to talk about this much because I don't want any kind of drama covering up what the ramp, what's going on at the ramp. But there are certain people locals there that are allegedly against the ramp and doing the same thing that I'm doing. That did not want me there, and they tried all kinds of things for me not to be there. And it's very frustrating to me because all I'm trying to do is help. They did not like me there, and I had to deal with a lot of bullshit when we put in a lot of time and money into organizing that and getting it all together and everything we did. And I don't know. I got really pissed off. I will probably cool down about it, hopefully in the near future, but I'm still pretty pissed off right now. And so what I want to say right now is physically I will never be back up there if those people are still part of it, because I'm telling you, I'm not going to go into detail, but they really did not want me there. And I have no idea why. I don't know. One thing, most of the locals there, I've been getting along with for a long time. Like, I mean, some of them I consider true friends now. Like, we talk that often. But there are a few that don't want outsiders coming in, which is weird to me. Here's what really pisses me off about that. One of those locals literally was quoted in a very recent news article that they had known about what's been going on there at the ramp for 20 years. And that same local is one of the ones that tried everything to keep me out of there. If you knew about it for 20 years, excuse my language, but why in the fuck are you just now speaking up about it? Like, when I saw that, that even aggravated me more. So I'm like, so you're saying that you've known about this for 20 years and you've literally just in the past month or 2 months started standing up against it? Where have you been the last 19 and a half years? Like, literally, when I learned exactly what was going on there, I've not stopped talking about it since. And again, I've put a lot in, the amount of hours and I wouldn't take any of that back for anything then. This is separate from looking into the ramp and calling them out and taking Karen Wheaton down. But when you try to jeopardize my freedom just because you don't want me there, I mean, it makes me wonder what else you're going to do. Like, what are you going to try the next time? I don't know. I'm really pissed about it. I don't know. But again, I will probably come down about it, but right now I'm still very aggravated. No, this was not people on the ramp side. Or allegedly, anyway. I've started to question, are some of these people actually getting paid by Karen Wheaton? Just nothing else makes sense. But, and this is absolutely nothing against the locals, and the locals that know me and are friends with me understand this. Like, this is not personal towards, but the locals haven't done anything. So why would they turn down help from people that's just trying, that they say they're out for the same cause we are? But I don't understand that. I don't comprehend that whatsoever. I don't. But for a grown man to quote to a newspaper, I've known about what's going on for 20 years. And you literally just started talking about it a month ago? That tells me a lot about that person. Where have you been the last 19 and a half years then, dude? Where you been? Because as soon as I found out what was going on there, the details at all, again, I mean, I've been nonstop on this. But I already have to be extremely paranoid because of the people I call out, the organizations I call out. I mean, there are people that don't want me alive. I know that. And some of those people and organizations have a lot of money. So, yeah, that makes me worry. But when I'm doing something like that, and then I have to deal with that kind of bullshit from people that are allegedly on the same side as me. Mm. Well, and I'll just say it. I don't give a fuck at this point about them because they keep like they're still not stopping. They're still sending me shit like, and I've told them straight up. This is not a pissing like I'm not dealing with a pissing contest with you. Like I'm trying to do something and make a difference here. I don't. But they tried to have me arrested when I was there. That's a pretty big deal to me. So no, I don't believe at all that you're really against the ramp. That doesn't make any sense to me. None. And I question who they're actually working for. Now, they're not going to I'm not going to stop again. I'm not going to stop going after the ramp and Karen Wheaton. Nobody's going to stop me from that. But being there physically, I mean, I have to think about me and in that situation, and when I'm having to look out from both sides, it's fucking crazy. But no, I truly believe at least that one person. I don't think he's on the right side. I mean, I truly, I don't believe it. I mean, I truly, at this point, there's been so much that's happened now, and again, how hard. I mean, they lost their minds about me being there, and when I actually got there, again, they tried everything to get me out. I think they're on the other side. What's wrong with the lava lamp? And I wasn't even going to say that, talk about that publicly at all, and I probably shouldn't have, because again, I don't want that drama to take away from what we're doing to the ramp, with the ramp and all that stuff. But I don't understand it, and it pissed me off. And the more I think about it, like it's one of those things. Like when I get really mad, I'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna sleep on this." hell, the more I've slept on this, the more pissed off I get about it, and the more I think about it. And then again, also, it still hadn't stopped. Like they're still sending me bullshit. Like I don't know. It blows my mind. But again, that is literally one or two of the locals. That's not. I mean, every other local that I know, I've ever talked to or anything, they're very appreciative. They want everybody to to come up there and help and speak out against the place and do everything they can. Like they want the right thing done. They hate the ramp being there. Um, I'm not going to talk about the like details of that, but uh, no, they tried to have me arrested, and that's when I could not believe that. Like that really threw me off, and I don't know. But just the for the locals that are up there, be very careful about who you trust or talk to about the stuff. Very careful about who you trust with anything to do with that. And just from the information I've said, it shouldn't be too hard for most to figure out who I'm talking about. I mean, but I do want to be very clear, and I'm not. That has nothing to do with me. Like I'm not stopping going after the ramp and Karen Wheaton. Not even close. Nothing stopping me from that, and we're not going to stop till she is completely shut down because there are still more than likely still children being harmed there. And that's what I care about. But yeah, no, I mean it really sucks when I'm having to deal with all that shit from that side. Uh Lying, just telling lies. I'm just it's crazy. I mean, I don't need to be harping on it, but it's just something that's really pissed me off, and I've never had something I've never dealt with since I've been doing this. I've never had issues like that anywhere else, ever, not even close. Yes, Gloria. Yeah, no, I'll be there. Yeah, she is still currently recruiting students. You're right, Paige. But I think I mean I think she's got an exit plan out of Hamilton at least. I think she's going to try to move somewhere else. I mean, they're trying to liquidate a bunch of the properties they own there, including the school. So she's actively recruiting students for the school that she's literally got up for sale. So that doesn't make sense to me, nor does it anyone else. So I don't know what she's got planned, but we're going to try to stay a step ahead of her on that. That's for sure. Oh goodness, I've been going for over 4 hours now. I gotta go. Hey, I appreciate each and every one of you for being on here. I can't tell you how much that means to me. I truly mean that. We are doing some big things and great things, and that's all because of you all. I obviously couldn't do any of this by myself at all. So I need you all plus all your friends and family. Share. All I ask you to do is share my stuff, repost my videos, my podcast, like them, watch them, comment on them. All those things help push them out and bring more awareness to the things that we're talking about. And again, if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please go do that. If you've not checked out our new website, go check that out, agentdbaker.com. Let me know what you think. And I'm serious about that part too. If any of you that go to the website and are like, this don't look right, or I'd like to see this on your website or something, send me that information. I'm always open to suggestions like that. Always trying to make things better. Because it doesn't matter how it looks to me or how I feel about it. It's y'all. So that's the most important thing to me. But let me know. And again, if you or anyone you know is interested in being a guest on the podcast, go to the website, shoot us a message on there. There's a contact button. You can't miss it. Just put your name, email address, and the message, and we'll be getting back with you. If you have any information about any cases, whether it's stuff I'm covering or something you'd like to see me look into, again, send it via that way, and we'll take a look. If there is anything that I can do for any of you, message us. If I can help you, I will. If I can't, I'll tell you I can't. I can't promise you I'll respond back immediately or anything like that, especially if you're messaging me on the social media platforms. I can't. You may immediately get responded back to or never. I'll go and, like, one day I may get 4 messages and then the next 200. And so it's crazy how it goes. And so the days where I get a ton, I mean, there's no way I can read them all. So I'd prefer you message me through the website. But if you have messaged me before, and if I responded to you and was supposed to get and told you how to get back with you and I never did, please message me again. I know that sounds crazy and unorganized, but it's just, I mean, I get so many messages. It's just impossible for me to keep up with all of it. But don't hesitate to message me. And again, if you've messaged me before, message me again. It's not going to piss me off or anything like that. Trying to think of what else. That's all I'm thinking of right now. But anyway, I will see y'all back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Central. I'll be on all the platforms again. So make sure you don't miss that. And hope y'all have a great rest of your, well, it's now Friday morning. So I'll see y'all tonight later. But I hope y'all have a good rest of your night and a great Friday tomorrow, and then I'll see y'all back tomorrow night. Welcome to Truth Recon. I'm Agent D. Baker, former narcotics detective, SWAT team member, and U.S. Navy combat veteran. With years of real-world experience in high-stakes environments, I've seen firsthand the dangers that lurk both in our communities and now increasingly online. Before this show begins, understand this. What you are about to hear may be disturbing to some audiences. This podcast contains explicit language, dark themes, and real conversations that are not suitable for children and may be triggering for some individuals. If you choose to continue, do so knowing this content is intended for mature audiences only. Discretion is advised.